millions of dollars in profit. I'm sad to say this is not a one-time loophole, hurly-burlyites. It's happening over and over again, rinse and repeat. And the people who live in our rural communities are the ones getting rinsed. As a technology leader with a social purpose, this is not how our presenting sponsor TELUS does business. TELUS believes that if you say you're going to work with government and take their spectrum subsidies for rural Canada, then you have an obligation, a responsibility to provide that service to rural Canada. As I've said before, the stakes are high. These places need high-speed connectivity to deliver proper health care and education, so people can farm their land with the latest technology and do business beyond their borders. Otherwise, they leave. Rural, remote, and Indigenous communities wither and die. Here's a starting point. Right now, with infrastructure that's already in place, TELUS could boost service to over 250,000 households in Alberta and BC. If spectrum that would be held for profit by...
This is a brilliant story, as always. Some time ago, Bobby Kennedy told us that vaccines weren't even worthy of that name. When Bobby Kennedy's book about Anthony Fauci was the best-selling book in the country, the New York Times just had a blank space that day. Well, here's Bobby Kennedy post on the subject of vaccines and how we should actually bloody well even use the term. Let's have a look. The ranks of the conspiracy theorists now include the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which just ruled COVID vaccine mandates unconstitutional because the vaccine does not stop transmission. Now, I'd like to add to that this was a period of public shaming.
They need to be called out and shamed, brother.
Of condemnation of carnivals, committed carnivals of celebration of those medications, a massive rebranding of Pfizer and Moderna, etc., from organizations that we understood were exploitative but were a necessary evil. We've got to put up with Big Pharma. Damn it, we need the diabetes meds. We'll put up with the opioid crisis and the fact that hundreds of thousands of people died because of what appeared to be, and according to our court settlements, strongly suggested are nefarious and irresponsible practices, the manipulation of physicians, all of that. Suddenly, we were invited to see Big Pharma as heroes. We granted them legal indemnity. We permitted them to keep their records shut. I mean, the whole thing was pretty crazy. He continues, there's Bobby, I don't know, maybe it's the brainworm, but I seem to remember the experts and authorities telling us otherwise. Rachel Walensky, our data from the CDC suggests that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick. Biden says you won't get COVID if you get these vaccinations. My God, even me, a person who spends a lot of time in these spaces, it's still surprising to be reminded that Biden says you won't get COVID if you get these vaccinations. Anthony Fauci, we need people to take it to break the chain of transmission. You want to be a dead end to the virus. Wow, do you remember when he said when people start losing their freedoms, they'll drop their ideological bullshit? Rachel Maddow, now we know that the vaccine works well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
All of that was fake news. All of that was malinformation. All the time that those statements were being publicly conveyed and amplified, you were being censored if you had concerns. If you were a member of the vaccine hesitant, you were condemned. Well, let's look at this story in a little more depth because it seems that, as is often the case, we were right. So in a contentious case involving the Health Freedom Defense Fund and other plaintiffs versus the Los Angeles Unified School District, the court acknowledged the plaintiff's claim that the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines do not meet the traditional definition of vaccines because they do not prevent the spread of the virus, but only mitigate symptoms. That's what the campaign should have been, at most. This vaccine might mitigate symptoms. In some cases, it might cause myocarditis, pericarditis. It might cause there's a lot of things that it might do that we'll get into. The case revolved around LAUSD's or LAUSD's COVID-19 vaccination policy, which required all employees to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 by a specified deadline. The case, brought by the Health Freedom Defense Fund and several individuals, argues that LAUSD vaccination mandate interferes with their fundamental right to refuse medical treatment. The plaintiffs assert that the mRNA COVID-19 vaccine merely mitigates symptoms rather than prevent infection or transmission, which they claim does not align with the traditional definition of vaccine. Do you remember how many words lost their meaning during that time? Do you remember how often you had to consider the writing of George Orwell that war means peace and peace means war and tyranny means freedom? The court noted that the plaintiff's claims, taken as true at this stage, suggest that the COVID-19 vaccines do not effectively prevent the spread of COVID-19. This is the problem with independent media when it comes to the establishment's control. We can have conversations in real time that challenge their narrative. They're unable to assert the kind of centralized control that's required for the kind of authoritarianism that they are trying to impose. The court noted the plaintiff's claim, taken as true at this stage, suggests that COVID-19 vaccines do not effectively prevent the spread of COVID-19. The Gateway Pundit previously reported that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, had modified the definition of vaccines to include the mRNA shot. Oh my God, it should always have been known as medicine. When Naomi Wolf reported on the impact on menstruating women, she was cancelled. Remember how Facebook happily censored true information.
Kind of establishment on that, asked for a bunch of things to be censored that in retrospect ended up being more debatable or true.
In order to comply with edicts that came right down from Fauci. Remember how they tried to control the theories around the emergence of this thing. We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support of our partners. We all have crazy regrets in this life. It may be the acquisition of a crazy pet that's profligate and having too many kittens. I don't think it's necessarily a cat. Or it could be a reckless and ridiculous tattoo. But do not have any further regrets when it comes to matters of nutrition, because Field of Greens could be the key to a good health future for you. It's not like any other green product out there where it's just watered down extracts. With Field of Greens, you get an organic superfood, whole fruits and vegetables selected by not lunatics, not terrorists, not maniacs from the periphery, doctors, legit doctors that care about health. Selecting vegetables and fruits to support your bodily functions, whether that's heart, liver, kidneys, your metabolism, or most importantly, in my view, the immune system. That thing's got to be your own personal army protecting you from external invaders. Field of Greens is backed by a better health promise. You will notice your health improve, your vitality, your nails, your hair, your shimmering visage improve before your very eyes, because your eyes will improve as well, or they're going to give you your money back. Get started by getting 15% off and free shipping by using my code. If you use my code BRAND when you visit brickhouserussell.com, brickhouserussell.com, 2S's, 2L's, brickhouserussell.com, and use the promo code BRAND, you too could be fighting against time. You too could be preventing entropy and decay. You too could have glimmering organic systems shimmering with brick house goodness by using Field of Greens. So use the promo code BRAND at brickhouserussell.com. BRAND for 15% off and free shipping. Let's get back to the content. Let's have a look at British politician Nigel Farage, another who would be termed a right-wing populist in our country. Let's have a look at him talking on the subject of the vaccine.
We were told, take the vaccine.
I'm still doing it. Don't call it a vaccine. It's very hard, isn't it, to unplug your head from this system.
Vaccine, the so-called vaccine, right? And you won't catch COVID. Take the vaccine and you won't pass COVID on. Both of those things were totally, completely untrue. We were told the vaccine was safe in every way. Frankly, it had not been through anything like the normal testing for any kind of vaccine in terms of trials. And now we learn that the so-called vaccine, children are pensioners now, elderly people on their 7th jab.
Oh, but
the kind of vaccine you and I grew up with, where you have a vaccine once and you're inoculated for life. So I do think there needs to be a massive investigation, not just into harms that were caused by the vaccine, and all vaccines cause side effects, so we know that.
All medications have side effects.
An alarming number of people, young men in particular, who've developed myocarditis and other heart conditions. I'm not being conspiratorial about this, but let's have it out in the open. But I want to know as well why we were lied to. I want to know why they were trying to vaccinate kids of primary school age but COVID posed almost no threat to them whatsoever. And Boris Johnson and his government put in place an absolutely draconian system, not just of lockdowns, but of £500 million of taxpayers' money spent on newspaper wraparounds, on adverts. Remember, can you look into his eyes? If you don't take the vaccine, you'll kill your grandparents. It turned out to be completely
Yeah, and he
untrue.
died. I never got to
This
see him
needs
again.
a proper, full public inquiry.
I wonder if those inquiries and investigations will ever take place in your country or in mine. We're seeing inquiries that appear to be somewhat diluted and tempered, that don't get into the nitty-gritty of big pharma power, the ability to lobby, the ability to donate and control, the incredible power that organizations like the WHO are able to exert over democratic and sovereign nations. Hopefully this is a time of significant transition. Hopefully this is a time of awakening, because this is perhaps the best shot we have of demonstrating that what we are told by the state, the establishment, and the legacy media over time will frequently be proven to be false, frequently and demonstrably appear to be opportunities to impose control and authority. And man, there are some even more nefarious conspiracy theories that are developing around that one. Maybe they are anti-life itself, some people are offering, but me, certainly this story gives us a chance to see how power operates, the errors that they make, and their inability to acknowledge it. And that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and the chat?
Imagine that's why they were like aiming it towards poor people.
Uncensored content where free speech.
Poor communities can't get it. This certain type of fucking race for some reason.
If you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
What? Yep.
Get the Amazon app and shop on the go, wherever you are.
We can all look at our families and say that they are awful, that they are difficult, that they are just simply, it's relational poison. I call it relational poison because every relationship, family, romantic, work relationship, friend relationship, whatever, has to have at its foundation, at its core, a healthy place. There has to be healthy communication, healthy open communication. There has to be a give and take. It has to be reciprocal. And the foundation of the relationship just can't be based on one specific thing. So in today's video, I'm going to highlight the toxicity of family relationships, of loving relationships, and then I'm also going to give you some things that you might want to think of to detox. But let me briefly introduce myself and return you to the channel. My name is Tamara. I'm internationally and board certified therapy and licensed in mental health. I specialize in treating children, teens, and families, as well as adults who are dealing with trauma right in my private practice. Love to have you. Anytime I get a family in my practice, the number one thing that I look for is how is this family communicating? Even if it's a child or an adolescent or an adult child coming to me for treatment, I still want to see that dynamic between the child and the family. One of the reasons why is because families often are the most important part of our lives. They're the number one thing that we have in our lives as soon as we enter the world. We enter the world through birth, and the very thing that we have is a mother and a father, right? Whether the dad's there or not, we still are born into a relationship. We are born into the world as a child to these parents. And then as we go on and experience life growing up all throughout the lifespan of early childhood, middle childhood to adolescence, we are still encased in relationships within the family, outside of the family. It's just one of the most important things that we can have as humans to develop appropriately. Well, what do you do when relationships are unhealthy from the beginning? And how do you manage that? In a household with a parent who may be very depressed, may have bipolar disorder, may be manic, angry, hateful, hurtful, they may even be a sociopath, a narcissist, right? How do you conceptualize what that parent does to you? And once you finally, if you ever make sense out of this, right? How do you live with that reality? For a lot of people, they move on, they leave. They say, this is not working for me. I don't want a parent-child relationship like this. I don't want a family relationship like this. I'm out. And so then that's when family estrangement tends to occur. They don't want anything to do with those family members that have broken over time. And I consider that detoxing. Detoxing, in my own words, is the process by which we recognize that there's a problem, we see what it has done to us, and then we take actual practical steps to either release ourselves from that entrapment, from that hold, or we walk away completely and we shut the door because we know that if we stay involved, there's going to be some consequences. It's not going to be good. One of the things I also discuss with my families, and I want you to kind of think this as well, is what is the role that I play in my family, right? And what are the roles around me? How do they impact my life? How do they impact my development? How have they impacted me, right? So an example of roles would be someone that is triangulating and manipulating in a family. You can consider that either the scapegoat, right, or the troublemaker. In family therapy, in the world of family therapy, there's a list of family roles that identifies each role that we tend to play in our families. And one such role is the scapegoat or the troublemaker. The scapegoat is blamed for all of the problems. They may or may not be a troublemaker within the family, but they are blamed with all the problems. But the bigger issue is that the entire family dynamic is a mess, not just that one child, right? Or not just that one little child. You can also think of a family role in terms of the hero or rescuer. Now, the hero and the rescuer often play similar roles. The rescuer tends to stay back most of the time, and they only jump in when they need to. The hero does the same thing. They swoop in and they rescue. They take care of things. They stay on track. They schedule things. They keep everything organized. They keep the family together. They really do a lot for the family. Typically, heroes are older siblings or grandparents, something like that. The doer. Now, the doer is the individual who just jumps in. They don't really process and consider things. They just jump into their role. They know how to jump into action when it's needed. You also should be aware of the mascot or the clown family role. That's the individual who thinks everything is a joke, right? A death happens in the family, that's a joke, right? Or they're at the funeral, instead of crying and processing, they're somewhere in the back telling jokes or laughing or being distracted by talking to someone, A mascot or a clown in the family could also be dad never takes anything mom says seriously. We resent him because everything we tell him is a joke. That's an example of a mascot or a clown. You also might consider the lost child role. Did I play that role? Did you play that role? Did my brother over there play that role, right? Asking yourself these questions can be helpful in detoxing. That's the first step for detoxing from an unhealthy relationship, is figuring out what your role is and what that other person's role is. So let's say you're the lost child in your family dynamic. Well, the lost child is someone who kind of stays back away from everything and everybody. They don't really participate because either they're afraid to, or they're intimidated, or they just don't feel they have a place. They tend to be quiet and really not know what they want to do for life, right? This is the sibling that stays in mom's basement for the rest of his life because he doesn't know what to do with it. This is the sibling who becomes the artist and the architect and then sits in the basement because he's too afraid to make a move. And the last role here that you want to consider is the peacemaker or the mediator. That's the individual who, very much like myself, who play the role of making sure that everything is calm, making sure everything is clear, trying to get everybody to connect and be open and the communication, trying to make the peace. So what are some roles that you think that you should kind of be aware of if you're going to detox from the family system? Because once you pull away from the family, things are going to kind of collapse in a way that maybe you're not aware of. An example of things collapsing, for lack of a technical term, would be, maybe you step out of the family circle or the dynamic, and grandma stops paying your light bill or your phone bill, or somehow is visiting your home because there's concerns about your mental health and you have to raise your children. There may also be different family members stepping in, wanting to know, how can we help you? How can we support you? Why aren't you talking to your mom? Why aren't you talking to your grandma, right? You may also find triangulation at the core of you trying to detach, right, or detox. There may be grandma and mom who's kind of in cahoots. They're clipped in, they're connected, and they're going to both come at you and try to get you to come to your senses and not walk away or detox, as I like to put it. So you want to be ready for that. In what way will my family react to my behavior? In what way will my family react to my attempt to detox from that? You also want to think of what we call adopted survival mechanisms, meaning that over time, different individuals around you or in your family or the person that you're in a relationship with, they've developed survival mechanisms over time. And sometimes when we try to escape from a relationship or we try to pull away and go somewhere else, those survival skills kick in. And it could be creating chaos, confusion, begging, right? Sharing that they are, fearful of abandonment, threatening suicide, threatening homicide, right? They could do something like, engage in self-injurious behaviors. Whatever the case may be, right? You want to be able to consider what's going on in this situation here, and do I need to be aware that once I start to detox, this person is going to act this way, or this person is going to, really blow this up and exaggerate this and make things like this. Understand that once you detox, there's going to be
I literally was laughing though. I thought it was a fucking joke.
This really makes clear sense to me. Let's say, for example, and I'm going to give you this as an example, that your mom decides, I don't want to be a part of this family anymore. Instead of your dad leaving, I'm going to leave. I'm going to go get an apartment, and I'm going to be over there. You can visit me if you want, whatever. That relationship between you and your mom that was once very close now has become separate, because now you've been aware of the fact that your mom doesn't really want to be around. And even though she's trying to move on and be in her own life over there and she welcomes you, it still feels like she's walking away from you, right? She's not detoxing, she's just walking away from you. And it can make you feel very unloved. So that once very close to attachment is now a very distant, insecure attachment. And it's going to change the dynamic of not only your family, but how you operate. There's also these family members who have an excessive need to control. Once you pull away and attempt to detox, they're going to want to control you. So you want to keep that in mind. Now, controlling mechanisms could be triangulation. It could be pathological lying, right? Saying things about you that's not true. It could be rallying people on their side and getting people to walk away from you. Manipulation, just straight manipulation. I'm going to manipulate you into feeling guilty. I'm going to manipulate grandma over there and hope that she goes against you one day. I'm going to manipulate how you see that person, right? So you want to be able to step back and say to yourself, once I detox, this is going to be a different situation here, but can I manage what's going to happen as a result of me walking away? You also want to look at the fact that unhealthy competition is likely to continue. You're probably going to deal with a sibling who wants to compete, and they're going to do it probably this way. They're going to cling to that parent. You detox, you walk away, you create your own healthy life over there. That other sibling is probably going to attach to your mother, to your father.
Oh, your mother, to your father.
So competition isn't necessarily, in a way where you can see it, but it is happening because now they get to be the closer ones to your parents. Now they get to walk into the ones, right, who mom and dad love the most because they're over there moving on. So competition sometimes becomes a difficult piece of the puzzle, and parents end up sometimes turning against that other child that walked away and that went over there, and they cling to the children who are still there in your presence. Also, gets you. It's important to understand that once you detox or you walk away completely and you get away, during that process of detoxing and slowly pulling away and becoming more independent on your own, there is going to be some kind of minimized or ignored piece of the puzzle. So, for example, if you were abused growing up or you were neglected and you have a narcissistic parent who has put you through narcissistic abuse, you're going to want to detox and walk away and create a new healthy life over there. But don't be shocked if that family member that you were walking away from, that parent who's unhealthy, who has abused you and neglected you, now begins to minimize what you say is the reason for
Oh
walking
yeah,
away.
my life was so
And they try to
terrible.
put their own 2 cents in.
All I do talk shit
So
about
an
my
example of
mother.
this could be, your mom has been very abusive to you over the years. You decide to walk away. Your mom then talks to
There are
the
so
rest
many
of the
people that have so
family
much worse than
and tells
you.
them that you have always been
My mom
entitled,
talks worse
you
than
have always been insensitive, you have
What?
always been
I
arrogant,
hear you.
rude,
Your mom talks
disrespectful,
worse to you than my
you are
mom.
having a hissy fit. This has nothing to
But
do
that's
with
my
the
joke.
dynamic between you and her, right? So that's step number one of that
Uh,
process of minimizing
I
what
should've
you
said
call
more.
the family.
You're lucky my mom
is
don't talk to
doing.
me.
And it's also a way to get everyone to kind of ignore your needs. The other piece of that is now they cause the family to kind of look at you again and have all these question marks, wondering why you decided to walk away. Maybe you really are entitled. Maybe you really are rude. But the reality is that those parents are detrimental. They don't see that though. So they've already caused your family to minimize the issue. And the more they talk about you, which is part number 2 to this I'm going to say devious move because I think it's so evil. Part 2 to this is once they start second guessing and questioning, the next time you communicate with them, it's going to be a very distant kind of communication. And they're probably going to take that information back to your mom, who then is going to say something else that's worse than what they said about you to begin with, right? So, in a sense, they are creating like this profile of you. They're building it little by little. And although you're trying to get a healthy life over there, that parent or that family member is now creating this new toxic situation for you. So is it going to be easy for you to come back? If you decide to come back? Probably not. Probably not, right? So consider all of these aspects. For those of you who weren't with me on Friday during my live chat, go ahead and click into this video right here. You can touch that live chat. I talk a little bit more about that dynamic in that video. Thank you so much for being with me in tonight's video, guys. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button to get more videos like this, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I think in the ideal world, we would have the ability to have a physiological, or primitive, or holistic ways of birthing, and then have medical interventions for the situations that are needed or wanted. But it's almost like it's backwards from that. It's like we give everybody the medical intervention, and then we have to fight to get something that's not an intervention.
You're fucked. No. No. Fury. No, fuck off.
You do your thing, and you do it well. Now, it's time to do it bigger. What do you think?
Fucking stop me. Early love, please.
I've never been a practicing lawyer, but I was a constitutional law professor, and I'm a free speaker. So I appreciate the importance of the issues being raised. I think respectfully they were answered, free speeches which were answered quite compellingly by my former colleague Brenda Cosman in testimony before this committee. I wanted to make 2 points. Ms. Peterson, and their questions are very good points. And I think I heard you say that they thought that the harm to this legislation appears to but the trans community suffers harm regularly under discrimination. And whatever else one might say and worry about human rights tribunals and the like, this bill addresses and would take a major step forward for reducing harm that a particularly vulnerable community experiences. Second, let's see if we can zero in on where we might agree that there is nothing in the law that criminalizes or creates an offense to criticize the notion that identity is a social construct, which would do to criticize the way in which words come into the language. So modern Hebrew is an example of words coming in by Shia from the Academy Française does it as well, or Shakespeare gives us so much of our language. But there's nothing in this bill that stands in the way of you taking a principled position against all aspects of this, including the criticisms of the activists. The issue is the pronoun, and unless I'm reading it wrong, as Senator Pratt pointed out, the Ontario Human Rights Commission's policy does not say that refusing to use a person's self-identified name or personal pronoun does constitute gender-based harassment. I may be wrong, but I believe it said it could. And I think that's a real difference. If I turn to you and say, look, please call me they, because that's how I see it.
No,
Because it's hurtful for you to call me.
I don't care about your feelings. Your pronouns have nothing to do with it.
Whatever it would be. But you refuse. I say, well, Kate, if you're uncomfortable with that because you're not comfortable with that, call me.
Okay, it offends me to call people
fucking
like stupid made up nonsense. Like,
is that not, in fact, something that is that not something that the law can properly address? This is, you are knowingly hurting me.
grow up
And
is
in
my
that
answer.
respect, our courts ultimately
Life sucks for
are
everybody.
capable of striking a proper balance between people who slip up or who, for whatever reason, just can't get the words out of their mouth, and those that persist in intentionally cause impunity to respond. Would you agree with my characterization of the free speech as it applies to these issues?
Let me jump in just on a legal point. After Dr. Peterson posted these videos and after he rose to the public consciousness, the Ontario Human Rights Commission released a new policy document called Questions and Answers about Gender Identity and Pronouns, and in so doing, they said that refusing to refer to a trans person by their chosen name and a personal pronoun that matches their gender identity or purposely misgendering will likely be discrimination. So I think it's a little bit more certain than what you indicated in your comment, but I'll allow that to and once again, that policy was put out after Dr. Peterson began to speak on the issue, and so I think it's very telling that it was response, if you will, to this issue that Dr. Peterson raised. I don't know how Dr. Peterson to go ahead with the other element of the question.
Very good. Well, so I would say that the very idea that calling something a term that they didn't choose causes them such irreparable harm that legal remedy should be sought.
Like, grow up.
Rather
Like,
than
honestly, I don't
allowing
fucking
the
care
harm
about
to
anybody's
be caused.
feelings.
Legal remedy should be sought, including potential violation of that hate speech.
I mean, I have a whole lot of feelings about a lot of
Just how
stuff.
deeply the culture of victimization is sunk into our society.
You spoke about we should look at the program.
I have a lot of feelings about a lot of stuff.
What if you consider terms gender
It's like,
identity,
because you don't like doing either, so
or
we're in the same club.
one broader than
And
If, I think they are overly broad definitions, and I think the only thing I can offer as a lawyer and a litigator is that the courts don't like overbroad terms, and I would refer you to the decision of London Wasson of the Alberta Court of Appeal, where in that case the Court of Appeal says the objective of statutory interpretation is to discern the legislative intent from the language of the legislation, if possible, the practice of intent. This objective becomes difficult to attain where there is conflict, imprecision, or lack of clarity in the legislation. Of particular concern in the area of human rights law is that a lack of clarity will cast a chill on the exercise of the fundamental freedoms such as freedom of expression and religion. And so, while I personally believe that the terms are not properly or not clearly defined and somewhat ambiguous, the courts don't like that type of legislation either.
To add two things, with regards to the chill, it's already the case, and I've seen this among my own students when they're teaching personality, which is what I teach, which also involves
what does that even mean?
between men and women, that the proclivity now is for advanced PhD students to avoid any such discussions in their classrooms because the potential cost of transgressing against an unknown norm, let's say, is so high that it's just easier to teach other things. And so I've seen that clearly in multiple people. And I would also say that it's no trivial matter that the Department of Justice is linked to the Ontario Human Rights Commission, and their statements about how this legislation is going to be interpreted and mysteriously disappeared in the middle of December. Of all the things that have happened to me, that happened in relationship to this, and that I've been studying, I think that was the most chilling. So because it was the what would you say? It was the smoking pistol, right? Because the issue is what's the right level of analysis? You're just supposed to look at the legislation. Well, since the Justice Department said no, you're supposed to look at the surrounding policies. Well, that's what I did, and that's what I based my case on. And then all of a sudden, the link tying those two things together just vanished, and people had to go into the Internet archives to
You haven't do that anymore, but
so that it could remain part of the public record. I think that's absolutely scandalous.
sure, yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Senator Amagar.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here. I was trying to take notes, but I think I got this right. This is saying that you talked about this bill being an expression of ideology. Am I right?
Well, I was thinking more about the policies that surrounded it, but yes.
So I'm trying to square what you, as a party of one, are saying with published documents from the Canadian Psychological Association, the American Psychological Association, the Canadian Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and the United Nations Human Rights experts. So these are not parties of one. They are associated with. They are, I imagine, lots of psychologists members of the Canadian Psychology Association and the Canadian Psychiatric.
Well,
So how do you square what you're saying, which is your opinion, you are absolutely entitled to, with what everyone is saying, plus the feelings and the testimonies of the people who have suffered over 30 years with being taken to court, people who live through business. So how do you square that?
Okay, well, with regards to your second point, if the people that you're listening to aren't randomly selected from the population, then their opinions are worthless from the perspective of testimony because you don't know if you're dealing with a biased sound. And that's a big problem with the public consultation process that underlies this bill. And you can not appreciate that if you'd like, but it's standard practice in any polling institution or any body that's attempting to extract a genuine opinion out of a so-called community of people. And if that isn't followed, then you can't tell us the information that you're receiving is biased. And with regards to your first point, what exactly are all those people who aren't thinking the same way as you say? You said that there's a bunch of and a bunch of groups, but you never said what they're saying precisely.
I put a chair between them before the process
No, you're fine.
to read out what they're all saying. But anyone can just say, they oppose discrimination and harassment because of gender identity and gender expression. And then they
I oppose discrimination against gender identity and gender expression. That's not the point. The point is the specifics of the legislation that surrounds it and the insistence that people will have to use compelled speech. That's what I'm objecting to. I've dealt with all sorts of people in my life, people who don't fit in all sorts of different ways. I'm not a discriminatory person. There's 500 hours of my teaching to my classrooms on tape on YouTube, and nobody's found a smoking pistol. I'm not a discriminatory individual, but I think this legislation is reprehensible, and I do not believe for a moment that it will do what it needs to do. I also don't think that my opinion deviates substantially from the bodies that you're describing, because you haven't provided any evidence that they say anything other than discrimination is a bad thing. That unreasonable discrimination is a bad thing, and it's unreasonable when people are judged for any reason other than
Yeah,
the
but when
specific competence
Hitler
that they
discriminated
bring to
against
given
Jewish
position.
people,
It's not
that's
anyone's
not
business.
okay. That's not
I
the
don't
same
think it is
thing.
demonstrated in the least that the opinions that I'm putting forward exist in opposition to the standard practices of, say, of my.
Nobody's running around putting fucking gays and trans to death, at least not anymore, because of war with our government. Saying that the gays are spreading the AIDS because they have sex with monkeys.
That the Ontario Human Rights Commission has provided what I would say reasonable alternatives to your objection to using pronouns.
Well, I think it's been made clear in the presentation so far that it depends on which part of the Ontario Human Rights Commission's policies you read. And that's a big problem. I mean, that's one of the reasons I criticized this to begin with, was because when I went through the policies, I could see that they're absolutely incoherent. So, for example, let me give you another example. So there's an insistence in the Ontario Human Rights Commission that sexual preference is an immutable phenomenon, which indicates, at least in principle, that it's biologically grounded. But by the same token, in exactly the same policies, they presume that sexual identity, gender identity, and gender expression are entirely independent. It's like, sorry guys, you can't have both of those because one's A and one's not A, and you can't put those together. There's endless numbers of places in the policy surrounding Bill C-16 that are characterized by that kind of logical incoherence. I mean, what's it going to do to people who are transgender, who are making the claim that they were, say, born that way at birth, which is a strong claim? That's a biological claim. It indicates that there's a direct causal connection between some biological phenomena and the expression of a particular identity. It's actually the strongest defense that people who have, let's call them non-standard sexual identities or gender identities, have to defend their claims.
So I have to wrap it up there and move on to Senator Wyland.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Allah.
I'll leave the time for our guests to put in their translation devices. Thank you very much for being here. My question is for Mr. Peterson. Do you have the interpretation now, sir? So, I'm still trying to orient myself a little bit in this bill. I'm a little bit lost in the arguments, in the for and against. But some arguments really struck me. Because some people said that without this bill, there might be suicides. People would become depressed. Transgender people, of course. And it seems to me that this is almost an extreme position, that without this bill, there would be an explosion of suicides and depression. So I'd like to ask you a question as a professor. Now you work in the social sciences, you study human behavior. Are there studies or statistics about the consequences that this bill would have on those people? Is this would this bill save as many lives and help as many people as it says?
Well, in principle, we would have that information if the policies that have already been introduced by the provincial governments were assessed. As far as I know, there's been no studies indicating that the introduction of this legislation specifically has done anything to modify the unfortunate rates of suicide, depression, anxiety, and so forth that are characteristic, well, you could say often of marginalized groups. But
Why don't we make those sausages instead?
So, no, I don't. That was part of my original
Sausages?
point. Is that there's no
Want to do one of
evidence
those
that this
barbecue?
legal redress, let's say, is
You
going
can solve all
to
these
have
issues today.
consequences that are intended.
And I'm not a hot
do
water.
believe that by making the issue, let's say, painfully visible, that's one way of thinking about it, it's actually had the opposite effect.
Yeah.
And it's very, very common, and this is something that's.
We don't have any. Do we have mashed potatoes still, or do you make it all?
Just because you intend something to happen, when you make a large-scale
Or I can make
transformation,
rice with it, or vegetables.
indicate in any manner that that's going to be.
Yeah, that's what we have.
I mean, it would be lovely
Great
if
for
things
me.
were that simple. I mean, the best social scientists insist that you build an outcome analysis into any large-scale, what we call,
You're funny.
social intervention, because there's a good chance it'll backfire. There's a high chance it'll backfire. So it's all presupposition. And it's based, at least in part, on the notion that the transgender community is a community and that there are voices that speak for them homogeneously and that this is what they all want and that will work as intended. And to me, looking at this from the social science perspective, there's nothing about it that's credible. And I also don't buy the intent. So.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Peterson. And perhaps I would also have a question for Mr. Brown. My question is as follows. Dr. Peterson, I'm trying to understand your position. Do you see a difference between the opinions that you express, that you are expressing today on this issue as part of this public consultation, and the actions that you take as a university professor where you are in a position of authority and power over your students?
Well, first of all, I don't necessarily consider myself in a position of authority and power. I consider myself in a position of responsibility. And those aren't the same thing.
Yeah, that would be fucking super fucked up, though. Right?
And I don't understand what that has to do with my stance. I mean, if I believe that the legislation is going to do more harm than good, and I also firmly believe, which I do, that it is more in the issue of an ideological move than something that's designed to address the concerns that it purports to address. I would also like to point out briefly that, what should have happened when I made that video, and this is relevant to the question, was that, maybe people paid attention to 10 minutes, to it for 10 minutes, and maybe it got a newspaper article and then it disappeared. But I put my finger on something, that's what I thought. And the fact that this issue hasn't gone away in 9 months, quite the contrary, it's exploded. Not only in Canada, but in all sorts of parts of the world, means to me that I have some evidence that my choice of level of analysis was correct, and that there's far more going on here, so to speak, than
it's not so ridiculous like that he's disagreeing with it as they're making it seem like it is.
The notion that I'm somehow abandoning my personal responsibility to my students, which is something that I believe is in fact driving what I'm doing. I believe that my obligation to my students constantly is to tell them what I think and to make
to share coffee with me
and careful an opinion as I can possibly master, and that's what I do.
Right?
That's what I
Are you
do.
struggling with bad taxes or unfiled returns this year? The IRS is actively escalating collections by adding 20,000 new agents. In these challenging times, your best defense is to use Tax Network USA, along with hiring thousands of new agents and field officers for the best deal possible. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, they can help. Whether it's business or personal taxes, whether you have the means to pay or are on a fixed income, Tax Network can help resolve your tax burdens once and for all. Seize control of your financial future now, and don't let tax issues overpower you. Contact Tax Network.
Concerning. This committee has heard from Megan Murphy, who told us her opposition to this concept of gender fluidity, because she believes gender is a social construct.
Gender fluidity.
And Dr. Gad Saad also opposed to this legislation because of his belief in evolutionary biology. What this shows is that with Bill C-16, we are prematurely shutting down discussion on gender and sex that's far from settled. It appears to be far from settled. In my opinion, when we look to the provincial definition set up by the commissions, we are enshrining the theory of a gender spectrum into the law. I wonder if you would comment on that.
That's exactly what we're doing. And I think that might even be more dangerous than, in my opinion, than the compelled speech issue, because the social constructionist view of gender isn't another opinion; it's just wrong. So, because and I can tell you why that is. I'll take 1 minute to do that. Well, the proposition that's instantiated, for example, in this particular visual, which is a good representation of the philosophy of the policies, is that there's no causal relationship between these four dimensions of identity, and that's palpably observed. I mean, 98% of people, it's 99.7% of people who inhabit a body with a given biological sex identify with that biological sex. They're incredibly tightly linked. If you can't attribute causality to a link that's that tight, you have to dispense with the notion of causality altogether. And then of the people who identify as male or female, who are also biologically male or female, the vast majority of them have the sexual preference that would go along with that, and the gender identity, and the gender expression. These levels of analysis are unbelievably tightly linked, and the evidence that biological factors play a role in determining gender identity is, in a word, overwhelming. There isn't a serious scientist alive who would dispute that. Now, you get disputes about it, but they always stem essentially from the humanities. And as far as I'm concerned, I've looked at it very carefully. Those arguments are entirely ideologically driven. It's a tenet of the ideology that identity is socially constructed, and that's partly why it's being instantiated into law, because there's no way they're going to win the argument. But they can certainly win, let's say, the propaganda war, especially by foisting this sort of reprehensible advertising information on children, and that's part of the express intent.
I would add trans complainants have been covered under the existing grounds of sex before the tribunals across Canada. And as the Minister of Justice said, they are bringing this legislation in as a symbolic gesture. And so I leave it to you to question what that gesture may be, but this community has been protected under the existing grounds that are found in most human rights codes across Canada on grounds of sex.
Mr. Brown or Mr. Peterson, Justice Wagner from the Supreme Court in a seminar at the Ottawa University in early March of this year, which is a couple of months ago, stated the following. Of course, he was not giving a decision from the bench, but he was expressing his views. And if you allow me, I will quote him. It's short. When the court eventually faces a question touching on transgender identity, these two propositions will provide essential frames of reference. First one, that identity is not fixed, but changing. That's the first proposal. And then the second one, that identity is not innate, but contextual. I repeat, that identity is not innate, but contextual. End of quote. I read that and I tried to understand the implication of this, those two binary kinds of elements. And he says the quote. So I bet that he might have spoken to colleagues or the profession generally. Would you have a quarrel with that kind of approach to the definition of transgender reality, or if you think that it's a proper way of approaching legally the issues, because as you forcefully explained, somebody one day might challenge, the proposal, the policies, and all of what could stem from the enactment of those legislations. So in other words, we'll find ourselves in the court one day and we will have to argue, to analyze and argue the case, at least taking into account that references, those references that Justice Wagner. How do you react to that
Well,
way of
I
perception?
want to make sure I understand your question properly. So when the justice said this, was he implying that the identity is not fixed, but it is changing, and that identity wasn't innate and it was contextual, or was he outlining the arena within which this debate might take place?
No, it was essentially, it was not a speech on this. Essentially, it was more, if I can use an expression that Mr. Brown will understand, this was rather an arbitrary, in a conference. The conference was about identity, but of course, since identity is a topic of common and not common debate in Canada, he felt that it was helpful if he would, I should say, put his grain of salt in the public debate by establishing what he thinks is, how to define transgender identity and establish some parameters.
Okay, so let's assume that it is changing and contextual.
Yeah.
Okay, then why is conversion therapy a problem? See, the thing is that when I started opposing this bill, people immediately assumed that I was transphobic and racist and all these other epithets that they're perfectly willing to trot forth at a moment's notice. But there's been a tremendous attempt to make conversion therapy for people who are gay illegal, right? And the proposition is predicated on the idea that the identity, the sexual preference identity, is not changing nor contextual. It's fundamental, and really what that means is that it's grounded in something like biology. It's okay, fine, let's scrap that. Okay, now it's going to be changing and contextual. Okay, then why can't it be changed with context? And so this is part of the problem with the policies, is they're so incoherent that they're going to work against the people that they're designed to protect. Now, people have a hard time believing I care about that, but the fact that I've been called things doesn't mean that that's what I am. So, a lot of people who have, let's call it a non-standard identity, the tightest argument they have for public acceptance of that identity is that it's powerfully constrained by biological processes that are beyond their voluntary control. So instantiate this view of humanity, the social constructionist view of humanity, and you can wave those claims goodbye because they're completely, they are at complete odds with the social constructionist viewpoint. And I think that's a big mistake. And I really do believe that that will backfire hard against the people who this legislation is designed to protect. If it's mutable, changeable, only subjective and transformable on a whim, then why should anyone have any respect for it?
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to intervene. The hour has flown by, and we all very much appreciate your appearance here today and your testimony as well. Thank you. We'll suspend briefly before hearing from the next witness.
Domino's débarque avec la nouveauté. Un autre succulent fait farci cheesy seulement chez Domino's. Voici le steak Philly, l'une de nos 5 délicieuses variétés. Seulement 8,99 chacun en combinant des pizzas moyennes.
I am more alarmed today than I was yesterday after having read the report. What is clear to me.
There have been scores of people who died from the vaccine. There have been scores of people, like my grandfather, who got the vaccine and then were dead within 1 year.
I wonder when we are going to reach the critical moment when the political figures and leaders and legacy media operators stand before us with the mea culpa that is required. Candace Owens has invited Piers Morgan just to say publicly, listen, I told people that they should get that shot. I told people they should toe the line. I told people that vaccine hesitancy was ridiculous. I told people that by not getting the vaccine, you're putting other people at risk. This is an interesting moment between two outspoken pundits, both of whom have incredible support, both of whom have significant detractors. Okay, let's have a look at this moment between Piers Morgan and Candace Owens as the reckoning around COVID and its mishandling continues.
Do not take my one clarification about the ability of a vaccine to prevent transmission as being some great mea culpa that I
But
think.
that's a huge
that I
mea
think-
culpa, Pierce.
Well,
That's a
actually it's
huge
not, because-
mea culpa. That's
actually
a
it's
huge
not.
mea culpa. Because that means that you
It's not. All
let
it comes
people
down-
to go out and
all it
get
comes
an
down to-
experimental vaccine in their arm and encourage them not to listen to independent voices that were saying, hold on. That's a huge mea culpa. People died from the vaccines. You're talking about that died from not getting it?
At the moment, the degree to which the vaccines cause adverse events and even deaths is still being discussed. There are people now being subject to significant bans who believe that it could be upwards of. Some people think it's insignificant. Some people maintain that the vaccine saved more lives than it cost, which I suppose has got to be the bare minimum for any medical intervention. And some people won't even use the word vaccine anymore because they've been so offended by the revelations of this product, saying that it ought to be regarded as a. That's even being discussed now in medical institutions that are pretty academically sound. This is no longer a conversation that's taking place solely in spaces like this.
There have been scores of people who died from the vaccine. There have been scores of people like my grandfather who got the vaccine and then were dead within 1 year because it led to their dementia suddenly spreading or advancing rather in a way. Stop. I let you
You
speak
did not
about
know
your
that was down to the
So-
vaccine, did you?
Okay, first and foremost.
Shirley 41. It was not a vaccine, it was a damn. And I think if they'd been forced to use that term, it would have been a lot more difficult to market. Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, all those guys coming out, perhaps wearing elbow-high gloves. We've got a for you. Why won't you take our precious concoction? Now you can see that Piers Morgan there is pressing to say, you haven't got any empirical evidence that demonstrates that your grandfather's decline and dementia is connected directly to the vaccine. And I wonder what pharmaceutical companies and pharmaceutical company-funded institutions are going to carry out clinical trials that will reveal the degree to which there is a connection between the vaccines, excess deaths, and adverse events. The problem is that science has always been, throughout this pandemic period, a subset of corporate interests. Therefore, the information that we've got has always been biased or cleansed or morphed and presented to us certainly in ways that were difficult to discern and understand, and that presented us with a very particular picture. And again, we are experiencing increasing censorship, increasing control of information. But what is unavoidable now is the sort of incremental flow of truth into even legacy media spaces. There are going to be a lot more conversations like this one. Eventually, you're going to get an election where one party says, we're a break from the past. We're not going to do that stuff anymore. That ain't happening, I don't think, in your country right now. It's not happening in my country right now. No one's having these conversations. Similarly, there is no political figure. I suppose with Trump with war, he ain't keen to continue funding Ukraine, is partly my understanding. But in my country, you're offered a set of globalists to vote for. Maybe these new populist parties, even if you don't agree with every aspect of their policy, even if they've been tarnished, as so many have, with discourse and condemnation around nationalism or patriotism, you might have to consider that actually what we want is a break from the establishment. What we want is a break from the old. What we want are people that are willing to take on these kind of conversations, to tackle them openly, candidly.
They have admitted so much. They lied about the 6 feet social distancing. That just came out 2 weeks ago. And you were on the side of all of these people. So don't pretend that that's a small mea culpa. People died from blood clots pertaining to the vaccines.
Don't pretend that's a small mea culpa. And don't pretend that this is a small hat. It's a massive mea culpa, and this is a normal-sized hat.
That you were telling them to rush out and get, okay?
People
so
died
have they
from-
have
oh,
waited
hang
and
on.
perhaps listened
Do
to
you
independent
agree? All right,
voices
let
who
me ask you.
understood that
Let me
there was
ask-
some
okay.
government? No, I
Let me
let
respond.
you talk about your mea culpa. Had they have paused and listened to independent voices who have, I think, probably a greater strength when it comes up to standing up to government initiatives, because we recognize the government is not our friend, and we recognize that the government is not trying to save our lives. Maybe those people would be alive. Maybe my friends who had miscarriages and my friends who were saying that it was impacting their menstruation until the government was ready to admit that 7 months later. If you had listened to people that were telling you their own experiences, someone I know that went completely blind in one eye because of some weird ocular clot. So don't pretend that's a small thing.
None
I just
of
want to
which-
say,
none
I'm
of which
happy
you
to
know.
accept that you've changed your
Let me
mind,
respond.
but don't pretend it's a small thing.
Let me
People
respond.
died from the
Let
vaccine.
me respond.
And
None of
by
it-
the way, I
let
want
me-
to be clear for people watching this. He's saying still get it. I'm saying still don't. Just so you can hear a different opinion. Do not allow the government to put that in your arm.
Okay.
God's system works. The
Okay.
government is not fixing you in any
Okay.
regard.
And do you feel the same way about the flu shot?
Yes.
So good luck about Candace Owens. The woman knows how to have an argument. We can't continue to bring you this awakening and hopefully enjoyable content without the support of our partners. That's why I've got to ask you, and I'm glad to ask you, are you struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? The IRS is escalating collections, adding, get this, 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024 to spend on things that you probably don't agree with, like wars and measures and a total lack of infrastructure. In these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA have saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. No matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. Importantly, they are licensed to help you with all state tax issues, regardless of where you live in the United States. The clock is ticking. Don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit taxnetworkusa.com/brand. Don't let tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial peace of mind. All right, let's get back to this content. Here is a British legacy media organisation publicly now acknowledging the likelihood that COVID vaccines have led to and contributed to. Now, if you watch some of the people that are likely to be censored, certainly you're not going to see them flourishing in public spaces on social media platforms. They believe that excess deaths could number as many as heard higher numbers even than that. How long do you imagine it will be before legacy media start talking in those terms, before the acknowledgement becomes this vaccine did more harm than good? This is from a British newspaper called The Telegraph. COVID vaccines could be partly to blame for the rise in excess deaths, but there's a lot of things that cause excess deaths. People have got unluckier. Bee stings have become deadlier. Shark attacks are more popular. Things the pandemic scientists have suggested. Researchers from the Netherlands analysed data from 47 Western countries and discovered there have been more than 3 million excess deaths since 2020. And remember, there was a moment in my country where they changed the way that they recorded statistics because the excess deaths was too high. Oh, we've made mistakes. Maths doesn't work like that anymore. With the trend continuing, despite the rollout of vaccines and the containment measures, there's still attempts to mitigate and control this information even now. They said the unprecedented figures raised serious concerns and called on governments to fully investigate the underlying causes. Good luck, including possible vaccine harms. Writing in the BMJ Public Health, the authors from the Vrije University in Amsterdam said, although COVID-19 vaccines were provided to guard civilians from suffering morbidity and mortality by the COVID-19 virus, suspected adverse events have been well documented as well. So this is it. It's leaking into the mainstream. The reason this is significant because you're currently being invited to ignore the march towards global war. It's unlikely that the next global event used to assert authoritarianism will be a pandemic. Many people think, oh, will it be bird flu? Will it be climate change? If I had to pick the crisis, I would say it's going to be the escalation of war. When we spoke to Alex Jones, what he believes is the reason that censorship is stepping up is because we are on the precipice of another significant event. They must be aware. Look at that lineup at the G7. They must be aware of their collective ineptitude. They must be aware that this system is falling apart at the seams. They must know now that if it's down to democracy, the game is up. So surely they're going to have to start considering new systems and new devices and new ways of controlling the system. Both medical professionals and citizens have reported serious injuries and deaths following vaccination to various official databases in the Western world. There you are. The narrative is evolving. The truth is getting out. This is a very important time for us to support one another and remain open and transparent and to form new alliances.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
I'm not sure what to do. Wow, it's nice in here.
I told you that.
I don't know what to do with barbecue.
What do you mean?
How's the back part of the middle burner? Got like a gaping hole.
No.
All the fires to go with that?
No.
No? Well, good. No. No, it's okay.
It's okay. Start the next round. Here. Whoa! My boots.
Oh, my favorite was when I accidentally burnt Sharky's eyebrows off.
My favorite is when we did the giant fucking thing of ribs on the barbecue.
Yeah, no, not my favorite. Killed my barbecue. And we still have like another rack of ribs that we somehow have to figure out how to fucking make without setting a fucking bar fire. I don't know why I tried. We're good. Okay. Eh. See, I knew that was going to happen. Don't listen. Hopefully this isn't stupid. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll work. Fucking hate it. I don't think this. Oh my god. Bleh. Why are you yelling?
I don't know.
So,
Did that count?
burner thing fell onto the metal rod, and I
Yeah.
took the fork that was there and I wedged it in.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, but like the littlest hobos.
But it was a good fork. So, no?
But now we have a fork holding up the burner, and I have a pan on the bottom so that it doesn't leak onto the fucking thing.
Perfect.
No, it's not. I need a new barbecue.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
What's going on?
Making a big ass food.
No, 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 okay. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. I just squeezed my balls. That hurt. It hurts.
Well, I just don't do that.
Now I need a sip of milk.
You know what I do when I drop my phone for? I pick it up and I eat it. Yeah, I do.
Everything's on fire.
I'm gonna set you on fire. Anything, just do anything. I love that recently she was just like, well, like, the other day told me that doesn't sound the way that I think that it sounds. And I was like so confused, but apparently the guy said it sounds like I have like issues, like mental issues. I'm like, oh my god, are you serious? Like, it's only occurring to you now. I thought that was the part that was funny.
That you have a mental issue.
Yeah, but who's the ones who are saying it are the rich people.
go. There you go. Back on the couch. Yep. Go. Yeah, but like, not sure. You just put. Well, anyway, this is working. Yeah, I made the point. I thought my was about yeah, but I want to do almost indestructible wood. Like, this is my coffee gun. Where I got to do everything. That's dollar. And I just got coffee to do everywhere. My coffee.
Where they toss it in a weird shape, but they just cook in a weird shape. Hey, what a good time. What's the content built? Take that all out. Oh, Nevada now.
Well, you gotta get guns for your kids. It's like, all right, you're up. I'll take kids. And so they take that out of school, or they love it.
Okay, so your guys are committing genocide. What does that consider out?
Oh, there's no
Yeah. Yeah.
For a baby. I better fuck out.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
didn't mean to do that. Oh, not fire. I see. Arnold. Hey, I think a moment is just communism. Pretty obvious.
No, no. Quebec, if you work in the food pantry, you're allowed to work from 12 to Saturday. Outside of Saturday, you get $5 to get. Thank you. Yes. David, that's what we like to mention. You know about all the different things that are bad things that we do with it? Oh, anytime, ready to one more. Hey, that's the good thing. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, what talking about, like, when you do your dad did like fucking teeth. That's fine. It's very fucked up.
Do they? Okay. Go down. Okay. I don't know why. So this makes the matter again. Fire. And then through the black chick, who everyone was like this crazy weird because everything was like a black situation. Like how is it even relevant to anything happening? Hey, Jack. guys? Yeah.
I didn't hear anything.
Not.
Favorite ice. The scent of
What is
I'm still what? I'm not gonna hear about it.
I did not 4 years ago. No, listen. There you go. A little bit.
Okay.
Oh, you got it? Yeah, I got it. It's like, you want to on your own phone? I don't know with it. Okay, that's good.
It's like half an hour last time. I was like, oh, dude, I was waiting for your call. You guys look like a rabbit. He's like, you guys do this. Hello. I'm like, okay, well, but you're gonna give me a real hard time, guys. So I'm gonna give you a real hard time. All right. Okay.
Oh my God. Huh? What? Really? What's that?
Over.
Why do I have so many sixes? My shit, look. L66666.
Oh, scary. You serious? Of course.
What is?
You ready?
I know. Wow.
Oh, God. Holy, holy. That is wonderful. Inspiration.
Right. The census asks for a 16-digit number. That's a 12-digit number. Then you come back and we're going to take it back. I knew it was not going to be that easy. What do you want? Throw your sauce in the I guess. Yes. Oh. Yes. See, I mean, seeds. Smoking. Tomorrow, come back. Brown like dough. God. Are you fucking serious? Whatever, dude. There's nothing. What? No, stop you. And those fucking paychecks and blood and he was fucking checking all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Where did I get blue? One of them was my cousin. And they all lived in different parts. Yeah, that's where all the girls were from and they were, as far as the cops knew. And they all apparently just tried to fucking die. That's more like he, yeah. These girls don't just yeah, no, definitely not. Probably that guys would go. What's up? All about don't do what I do. Keep the for that.
But every time they do it inside, it's also confusing. Now, happening with more money. And he was like, fine, no problem. We'll start making decisions on our own. Because he wanted a work council
Even more than that.
of like 5 other people. And Ken was like, that's not necessary. I was like, fine, no problem. I'll do that. So I think Canada tapped out.
Trump is gonna get fucking agreed by Russia. What's gonna happen?
That's how the whole Ukraine thing. How do I get there? So not you. You didn't know this. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, but that's like the whole Russia was drilled on a base that is in Ukraine. And Canada was like, this is broken. And everyone was like, why? Like, oh, you talking about allies? We're gonna be everything there. It's not abnormal. Like, it's tactically military. On a for a day. What is that for? For any go on. Fuck off. No, this is Canada. This is Canada.
Not really.
We don't look. We try to fight a war with Russia. Definitely. We don't have an army anymore.
Poison whores. You're supposed to be about it.
That what the correct is? Oh, really? Different one. Okay.
Oh no. It's foolish.
Oh, oh, oh.
Stop moving around.
Why? Why? That's like that.
Really hot? Yeah.
Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. Oh.
Something else like traffic, please? Thank you.
Yes, boss. Straight away, boss.
Traffic is 15 minutes when they're going in.
Isn't that like a tell sign? Like maybe you need to put traffic every 15 minutes. There's way too much traffic.
Yeah.
That's it. So, Jack, it's just that I wanna let you out. What's up, Jack? Is that letting him out? What time? I'm gonna. What time?
What time?
Okay. Left. it open. I'll go back. What? What?
Back. Mhm.
Oh, 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 just like mommy. Gross.
There's just gonna have a lot around here.
Why is it in English? Thank you, boo. Okay, in English.
Where you? Where you? Might get bumped.
I'm just going to get shot in the fucking head.
Or not.
Well, she's a big fat Jewish lady, so.
What?
What?
Canadian Parliament.
Yeah, check me thing. Hmm.
You live here.
We do live here. This is our house. Boy. What's with that big fat boy? Hey. Oh, my big fat boy. Oh, big yawn, mister. Hmm. Jack is such a good dog. What will let me do without my hobo dog? Dog, we have to replace you ASAP before you die. Because Mom will freak out. What do you do without you, mister?
It's had a thought in my mind. Like, I miss shooting guns.
That's weird.
Maybe that's why I was playing zombies.
Hmm. Hmm.
If your phone die, can't get into your car.
I was gonna say, like, but like,
I forgot your phone in your car.
Does that mean that the car's driving to you?
Well, remember that from 007?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
007?
I have no idea what you're
One
saying.
of those movies, James Bond.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the Aston Martin, and he's controlling it with his phone.
Huh.
It's driving.
Hmm.
Skatoid. Skatoid.
Hmm.
What's going on?
Hmm. Hmm.
Hi, sir.
Hmm.
What's up? There's like, yeah.
Hmm. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I'm listening. Hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
CGAG.
800 Traffic Center.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Hmm. 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 I think technically they're her bosses.
They're her boss?
Technically.
And she just got fired.
Well, I don't know if they're associated anymore with the Hill. 'Cause I thought that they ended up getting fired from the Hill for censorship, and they made their own big breaking points, which took off.
This is in the office.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Go and take a bath.
Yeah.
It's so dirty.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-mm.
Well,
Oh, really?
like your beak.
Get down. Bring it down. No, that's just cute. That's just cute.
Don't cook your thing.
Okay, stop it.
Yeah, you're going to.
I know, you know.
No, you too. No. Mommy. Look at you, boss.
Look at that whole deck.
Um, um,
You're here.
Mm. 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 What? That's wrong. Mm.
That'd be so fun. Probably sleeping.
Mm-hmm. Well, we need to. Hmm.
What is it in the bottom of the bag? I can't. I mean, is it makeup?
What?
Makeup in the bottom of the bag?
Well,
Bye.
well, you.
I love you too.
So fat.
You're so fat.
Oh, no.
Very well.
Là vô hả?
Bye.